You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were bold. Like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope everybody had a good, restful evening yesterday. Give me just a second. I don't want this. Hold on. Sorry. I had something pulled up I wanted to read to you guys before we get started with our trial testimony this morning in Lindsay Clancy. And they're already up to some. There's already been a sidebar of voir dire, all the things. Okay, so it's about to get real spicy. But before we get into that, what I really wanted to talk to you guys about is Chris Watts and his new shenanigan that he's up to. So give me just 1 second. I want to share this with you guys because I would like to be able to say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. I'm never surprised when it comes to Chris Watts. I just cannot be. He's always pulling some kind of bullshittery. Okay, but even before all of that, hi, good morning, welcome in. I am so glad you guys are here. If you wouldn't mind taking a moment to give a thumbs up to the stream. If you are watching this on replay, if you would give a thumbs up and a hype, I would appreciate it. I looked at my analytics and you guys are doing a fantastic job hyping. I appreciate that so much. I really do. The other thing I want to talk about is I really would like to apologize because I believe that at the beginning of the week, I started to lose my objectivity a little bit and not remain as open as I once was, and I was snarky when we would debate in the chat, and I apologize for that because I do want to stay open to all of the possibilities. Wow, thank you, Alicia. 6-7. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I would like to apologize. I really wanted to remain objective. And if I'm going to do that, that means that I have to remain objective with you guys in the chat as well. And I just don't feel like I've been doing that great of a job, particularly Monday and Tuesday. But today is a new day. Mike. That's what day it is. Hump day. So new day. We're going to start again. And hopefully I can remain objective. Last night I also was watching The Lawyer You Know. And the lawyer, I'm not going to lie, you guys. I was a little bit surprised, not in a negative way. I think that, and he even said at one point last night that he wasn't sure if he's sort of believing too much in the defense's theory, right? So I think I think that this is um, just an incredibly difficult case. I think to remain objective is incredibly difficult. And I'm not gonna I can't promise you guys that I'm not gonna lose objectivity here and there. I'm gonna try my very, very best. I thought about this while I was taking a shower this morning about like I wasn't how not a good job I did particularly this week and probably a little at the end of last week. And so I'm going to work on that. Okay. So I want to apologize to everybody. Now let's get over here and talk about Chris Watts and his shenanigans. All right, here we go. The Daily Mail reported on August 10th that convicted killer Chris Watts is in a relationship with realtor Lizzie Henderson, marking a new development in a high-profile case. Relatives said the couple applied to marry through the prison system at Dodge Correctional Institution in Wisconsin. Henderson, 39, moved from Ohio to be near Chris Watts, 41, and has used quote-unquote Lizzie Watts, according to the Daily Mail report. Prison logs show she visited 20 times last year and spent Christmas Day with him in 2024, and court records show a name change filing. Henderson acknowledged the relationship. The case stems from the 2018 murders of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, and Nico in Colorado. Watts is serving life without parole. So there you have it, everybody. Watts has decided that, yeah, marriage is a great... I can see Watts saying, yeah, let me get married again. But what I can't understand is a woman wanting to marry him. I suppose the argument could be made that he's got life without the possibility of parole, so physically she is safe. And maybe that's what she's thinking. I don't know. There are just certain people that do certain things where any type of relationship door would be permanently closed. There's no way I would speak to them. There's no way I would entertain them on any level at all. I think that Chris Watts is a monster. I think that he's irredeemable. I think that he should fade into obscurity, and that everyone should only remember Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico, and that's it. He should be forgotten. So that's just my opinion, and I'll tell you right now, I'm not fixing to judge anybody that continues to cover him. My name's Paul. That's between y'all. That's none of my business. It's just for me personally, I choose to allow him to fade into obscurity. I know there's a lot of questions surrounding the case and theories and stuff like that, and I'm not judging. So there's that. Okay, now let's get into today's testimony. The first witness for today is going to be a Massachusetts State Police trooper. He was stationed outside of Lindsay Clancy's door at the hospital, I believe. He helped enforce her in custody status. Although I guess really what he's to do is prevent people from coming in because she wasn't going anywhere anyway. But and he was also at the house and was there when some evidence was collected. Yes, Tess said, it makes me so mad they got to kiss. He should not be allowed. No, he shouldn't be. He should not be. He should not be. I understand, like, somebody that is arrested, goes to prison, gets arrested, charged, gets convicted, goes to prison. If they already had a relationship and that just continued, that'd be one thing. I still wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't find it as objectionable as I do here. This case is, I mean, this situation is just disgusting. Also, well, I wasn't going to say anything about her looks because I don't know where that picture came from. Um, of her, and I'm not going to show it. You guys can look at it. I'm not going to do her like that because it's not really about her looks, but I would say this. If if you, she's apparently a realtor. And I'm thinking that they got that picture from some sort of public profile, and maybe there were others to use, and they just chose the one that's the least flattering. I don't know, but it is not a very flattering picture at all. It doesn't, like if I were searching for, it's just not flattering. Chris Watts is going to be, it has filed to marry behind bars. And I also would like to point out that if Chris Watts was in big boy prison, I don't know that he would even be around to be married. That's all I'll say about that, because Dodge Correctional is basically an intake. It's where people go um, to figure out, to be evaluated for which prison they're going to be placed in. It also houses infirm and older inmates. It's just basically that part of that the purpose for that is the purpose. Their other purpose is because elderly prisoners become targets, and it is to keep them safe. So there's that. Now, Miss Holly asks, why is he there for his protection? I think this is just what I think. I mean, I obviously, yes, he's protected. I mean, he's in Wisconsin. He was convicted in Colorado. So the transfer, because he's a high profile prisoner, he'll always be a high profile prisoner regardless of where he goes. People know who he is. The prisoners know who he is. I think that part of that plea deal included that negotiation. That's just what I suspect. I've never been able to prove that, but that is what I suspect. I think he pled guilty for multiple reasons. I think he pled guilty because he's a coward and didn't want the public to find out exactly what kind of monster he is. Number one. Number two, I think he pled guilty because he wanted to, he knew he was going to, that's pretty much it. And then the other thing, well, I guess it would be the second reason really, because yes, at the time, because of when he committed his crime, the death penalty would have been on the table, but then it got repealed in Colorado. And so what would have happened in that sense is likely it would have been commuted to life without the possibility of parole. But in that moment, when he pled guilty, it was still a possible penalty. So, the argument is that he did it to avoid the death penalty. But I also think that while he was negotiating that plea deal, I think his housing was part of the negotiations. Yeah, there's no conjugal visits. There's very few, if any, prisons that do that anymore. All right, now back to day 12. You'll be happy to know that at least this morning, we're not getting any more psychiatric testimony. The first witness that's going to take the stand is a state trooper from the Massachusetts State Police. So let's get right into it, shall we? All right, here we go. Just real quick. Morning, Jonah, you sweet boy. Best boy, goodest boy.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody at sidebar, please.
I've seen a few as well, ATS News,
All right,
but
all right, jurors entering.
I know me. I need to keep my I'm really trying to be objective, and in order if I start going in on those photographs, I know myself. I'll continue the spice throughout the day, and remember, and I'm not trying to do that. So I'm just gonna leave it there. All right, here we go. Congratulations, Lulu Lola. That's amazing. You know what a great name for a girl is? Jennifer. Just saying. I'm teasing.
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do, as you know, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right, so we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability?
Thank you, Coffee and Skeletons, for the jewels. Stay hydrated, y'all. It is hotter than 9 kinds of hell. So everybody, that is really important. Stay hydrated.
Thank you for following those instructions. Today,
Thank you for the generosity. I appreciate that.
With the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence, the anticipation is that we will go probably similar to that we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to the schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Hey, okay, so Miss Holly J says, what are these tools? Do they help your channel? Yes, but let me just say this. I'm not exactly sure, completely sure. I mean, I know they do help, but I'm not, I mean, they are like a source of revenue, similar to a super chat. Really, they were intended for vertical streams, sort of like it's YouTube's way of like keeping up with TikTok, staying competitive. But unfortunately, on the streaming service that I use, they don't have dual streaming available. However, do not fret. Your girl is working on using Streamlabs, which is who came out with Talk Studio, which is what I use now, so that I can do many things, more like OBS. So the streams will be better. And then I can stream in vertical and horizontal at the same time. And I've considered doing that for quite some time, just because there are people who like vertical format. But then I want the option for the people who would rather have horizontal. So, all right, here we go.
Come on, we call Daniel Lawler to the stand, please.
No, you don't. You're right, Allie. You don't need to dual stream to get them now. At one point, they were only available for YouTubers who were vertically streaming. So yeah, ATS says, so wait, Jen Lu, you don't have to pause, but was Peter on Lawyer You Know saying he is leaning on defense but wants to say open-minded, or did he say he was being swayed that way because of his subs, or what? What he said was he was commenting on yesterday's testimony from the from Rebecca Gelada. And he was saying, I can't remember what specific part of the testimony he was, I think it had to do with the medication. And oh my gosh, thank you, Miss Holly J, for the corgi. Look how cute. Love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And when he was commenting on the way that he perceived the testimony is, I think that he was more, he felt like he'd been listening to the defense's theory of the case. And to be fair to the Lawyer You Know and everybody else, quite honestly, as a whole, the Commonwealth is not doing that great of a job of presenting a linear, connected dots type of case. So there you have it. That's really what he was saying. It wasn't anything negative. All right, let's go.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Going on.
All right, counsel.
Thank you.
Okay, to answer you, Jonah's mom, officially, I prefer how the apps, the ways to tip a streamer through YouTube. Unofficially, the other. StreamYard allows dual stream. Yes. Talk Studio does not. So officially, please, yeah, go through YouTube. Unofficially, do whatever you want. Wink, wink, nod, nod. All right, here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm
Could you
grateful
please tell us
either
your
way.
First and last name,
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler.
and where are you employed?
With the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Thanks, Shmita.
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time, there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those 2 units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the crime scene services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Maffio and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay, all right.
As far as, Sergeant Lola, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Maffio from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. So, I'm showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at South Shore Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Thank you so much, Bertie. I appreciate that.
Correct.
Goat trophy. Love it. Thank you.
Yes.
And it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit the supplement.
That may be admitted. All right, thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property?
Correct.
Hey, Hannah, no. You do not be, no shutting up and no going to the corner. I don't understand what the relevance of this is, this testimony. So a lot of things that are not in dispute, and I'm hoping that we will get to why this is relevant after the getting to know you portion of the questions.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detective Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much, Jonah's mom and Jonah, for gifting a membership. Congratulations, Hannah. You got it? Yay. I owe you guys a members only live. It's a new month, new members only live to be done. I don't know what I'm going to do it about, but I'll do it.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so, as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point, after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
Me.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you could take a look at them. Do they look familiar to you?
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No.
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
It could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well.
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
This is not that difficult with the Valium, right? Look, there was a period where she was going to titrate down, or taper is the, shout out to Mr. Alessi, parlance used by the witness, but that was put off. And so she was given but she was never given a full 30-day prescription, of Valium. So likely what happened is, in an effort to not have 11 billion pill bottles laying around, she just put them all in one bottle. Oh, so, I mean, did she, I'd be more interested in if she had prescriptions that were not prescribed to her. That might be a gotcha moment, Commonwealth.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation. Again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody?
Okay, it's this testimony that is about to get spicy. Not so much on direct, but it's on cross. Okay. When are these, when is the eclipse and the media showers, guys? Because I would, I love all of that. Lisa, morning all. Have I missed anything I need to rewind for? No, you came in at the perfect time at the perfect spot. Okay. Now, he's testifying that he was the one sitting outside watching Lindsay Clancy. There was, she was definitely in custody at Brigham and Women's Hospital. She was not allowed visitors, and there was a court order that had to be obtained to allow this visitor in. Okay. And so listen to what he says on direct examination. Okay. Because it's about to, when cross comes up, it's going to get spicy.
Else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was.
That person was visit with her or meet with her. Did you
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door?
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
You assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known.
Okay. Becky said I missed who went in the room, and who went in, I can't, and Cool knew nothing about what was said. So the person who went in the room was a psychiatrist. I'm going to rewind just a little bit because it's about to get fancy.
There?
To the South Shore Hospital.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Appeared to be,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. And if there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah, so when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located, and then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement, or the finished basement, that there was an area that was an office, or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were 2 of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
In the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right, so both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date. I was
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
she was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive
Yeah.
care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get up there.
Right. Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order, and that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So, I mean, it's just, you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices.
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
Okay. So this is where this is going to result in the sidebar. Okay. They're going to have quite a lengthy sidebar, and then they're going to have the jury leave, and then they're going to go to a voir dire. The voir dire of this Massachusetts State Police sergeant is where we're going to learn the ins and the outs and the what's and the who force. So let's go here.
I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. No folks on chairs.
So the allegation left for the jury while they're going back there is that, made by the defense, is that the prosecution alleges that the psychiatrist told Lindsay to call Patrick and tell Patrick about hearing voices. That is what that's the last question Mr. Reddington asked this witness. The state objected. They went to a very lengthy sidebar. At the conclusion of the sidebar, they dismissed the jury, which is what we're watching now. And now they're going to voir dire this witness. I do love a good voir dire too. Neat. All right.
All right. So, counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it just so the record's clear. The jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth.
Maria, a voir dire is questioning out of sight of the presence of the jury. That's during the trial setting. It's basically questions. During when the trial is going on and the jury is excused, and this type of questioning happens of a witness, that's a voir dire. But there's also a voir dire that occurs during the jury selection process, in which the jurors are questioned. So basically, it's questioning, because it happens a couple different times during the whole process.
To also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of, obviously, with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall, if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McElligan.
And what did McElligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McElligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts that are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't
Oh.
mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McElligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zeisel, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay. About when
The
you say
voices.
the voices.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having
That's
that.
Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McElligan?
McElligan.
McElligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Waller, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Corrected.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today, and testify about your memory of that particular night. Is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McGilligan guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McGilligan, or Sergeant McGilligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so because we don't speak, because there's no speaking objections, that's why the sidebar. I would imagine that the objection would be hearsay because this witness did not hear this conversation. This witness, according to his testimony, was told about this conversation from another trooper. Lindsay's parents are paying for Reddington, Jonah's mom. So I would imagine the voir dire is, he's not the one that heard it. It's not having an impact. This conversation, this knowledge of this conversation or alleged conversation at this point, because there weren't, if I recall correctly, and you guys in the chat, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, Patrick wasn't asked about that during his testimony, either on direct or on cross. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McGilligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Court, all rise.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
And I think that Reddington is trying to get it in under an exception of the hearsay rule because he learned about it, and it is a statement of a party opponent, i.e. the defendant, which that's who, there are hearsay exceptions allowed for that, but I don't know how this is going to shake out because obviously I am not an attorney. So I don't know. Well, we're going to find out together. But bottom line is what we've learned from that voir dire, we've learned at least something about the state's theory of this case and potentially why they chose to prosecute her with the charges that they did. Now, the camera person operator, I would like why are we pulling back? I want to see, I would like to see what it is that Mr. Reddington pulled out of his pockets. I just want to see because I'm nosy. It has zero bearing on anything that's going to happen today, tomorrow, or the future of this trial. I'm just nosy. Sheesh. And everybody that's watching this trial is nosy. Let's be real. That's why we watch true crime, because we're nosy. You should know this as the person responsible for operating the camera.
Versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that, that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So
What?
with that,
Why are you lying to them jurors? Yes, you did. Yes, you did take a break. I mean, you might have been mulling over what the end result is going to be, and maybe you didn't get a break, but everybody else in the courtroom did get that break. Stop playing with these people, Your Honor.
Mr. Ray.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers, okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember whether her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly, though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there, is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital, you mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find?
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness, please.
Good morning, everyone just joining us. I'm so glad you guys are here. Who's next? I missed who they're calling. Not sure who this is. Oh, well, looks like to be her attorney. So I'm going to go with this has got to be some type of provider of some sort. Is it Letitia Dukes?
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your...
All right. Because I can't believe I missed that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Tess. Buckle up. We're going to hear from Letitia Dukes now. Let's just say this. I'm sure that the prosecution is going to refer to her as Miss Dukes. Okay? So we're all going to have to put our big girl and big boy hats on today and try to resist the temptation to dismiss her testimony offhand due to the fact that we have an already preconceived notion because of the name Letitia. It's been tainted by Tasha Lynn. Okay? I can't, the audio is the audio, Johnny, which I know you know that, babe. It's depending on who is speaking. Mr. Reddington is just not great with the mic. Like he does, I just think I don't know if sometimes I think it's intentional, and there are times when I do like seriously think he's really only directing it to the jury. He doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap about the fact that this is being streamed. But there are other times when I think he just forgets to readjust the mic when he's standing there at the podium. And so then the volume becomes low. However, do not fret, because both prosecutors use that mic. All right, here we go. Should we have a little? Let's have a little. I do think we need a little. All right, let's hear from Mac. I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? All right, and then we're gonna have our hard reset, our hard reboot.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
All right. Okay, that's what we're doing. Let's keep going. And when they get to their break, I have a story about Mac I need to tell you guys. Okay, here we go.
Voice up and speaking to that microphone, okay? Sure. All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And
Something has occurred to me that I just thought of. So they can get that testimony in, but they're going to obviously have to call the the trooper who I guess Patrick is the one that reported that, or it's kind of murky how that trooper knows about that conversation, because it sounds like Patrick is the one that told him. But I will say, if that conversation was reported to the trooper by Patrick, that is going to put that's going to be problematic in the civil case. I don't know how it'll impact. I have to think about how it might impact the criminal trial. Obviously, if the psychiatrist who is the one that's going to be testifying for the defense, if that's already in the juror's mind about this conversation, that he, quote unquote, that he allegedly, or the allegation is that he implanted some idea into for a defense into Lindsay Clancy's mind, and that's going to be a problem in the criminal trial. It's going to be a problem in the civil trial as well.
do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that.
So how else would he know? It is possible, because the testimony from the trooper that didn't actually overhear the conversation. What is murky about the conversation, about the was this overheard because the door was ajar, or is this something Patrick reported? And it sounds like, from the testimony of the other trooper that was just on the stand, it was very confusing. I don't know. Maybe if we can go back and revisit that when we get a break.
for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mention December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December, so that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
Okay. And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you that she had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct? Mm-hmm. And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I'd prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
Do they have a copy that they can share?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could,
Do you have a blank copy?
well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page,
All
it's fine.
right, sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can read that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page, page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was cheerful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her express
Thank you very much. That was really sweet of you. Thank you for the sunshine.
concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
Okay. And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right? Mm-hmm. Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
So kind of like the same report that she gave to Crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the notes.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay.
I must confess, I'm with you guys here. I understand what the criteria is. Like, I get what the words that are coming out of these people's mouths as they explain what the criteria is. The thought process behind that is what I don't get. So the criteria, you can have SI, but if you do not have a plan or you do not report a plan, the thought process, the thought behind that is that the risk of you harming yourself is not imminent, and therefore it is low. And therefore, you are not at risk to harm yourself or someone else, and therefore they cannot commit you voluntarily. Now, what about when you go in voluntarily? I think it varies where you're. I think that it depends. I think it depends on the state that you're in. I think it depends on the area of the state that you're in. I think it depends on which hospital you go to and if there is a free bed. Because I know personally that you can be admitted into a mental facility voluntarily, even if you do not have a plan, even if you're not reporting actual SI.
Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, a focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping, so we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation,
And just speaking to that point, I would imagine that self-harm is like anything else, right? In the moment that you're reporting that you're having these thoughts, right? You may not actively have a thought, a plan at that moment, but like Jonah's mom pointed out, you may not have a plan, but then you might also, might also attempt without a plan. Like I would imagine that you can be feeling so sad, so hopeless, so overwhelmed that the quote unquote plan, I guess, is formed quickly and you just do it. It's not like long and drawn out.
for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay, and so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second.
I'm glad you're still here with us, Jonah's mom, and I'm sorry you felt that way. But I'm glad you're doing so much better now. I'm proud of you.
Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she was at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
but nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Let me look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing, hold on. So yes, she reported continued suicidal ideation at the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th. And honestly, sometimes as I sit here and think about this, as many times as the prosecution has asked these providers in their various capacities if she ever divulged that she had a plan, it almost seems like this criteria for there to be a quote unquote plan almost seems like a legal loophole designed not to protect the patient, but actually to protect the providers. Are you guys feeling that way? I'm going to rewind this so you guys can hear the whole question and answer, okay?
Like continued suicidal ideation at
Okay.
the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual, and what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13, at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What is this page 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has 13. It's December 19th.
Okay.
The last page of the note.
It's this one here then, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
There
Okay.
should be 3 pages.
I got one.
What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep. but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure. Four notes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police, Section 12 or safety?
Hold on, go ahead. We'll ask that and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you
Yes.
as what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So.
Oh, for the
we'll
love
keep it a
of
little bit
Pete.
shorter
Why do
than
we
normal.
need to
We'll
take a
get you
delayed
stretch
anything?
your
Come
legs
on,
a little
bro.
bit. Back here in a couple minutes, okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks.
Well, I'm starting to, I cannot fully grasp or get a good read on Lindsay completely yet. I mean, I'm starting to pick some things up, but I'm not sure that I'm right. So I want to keep listening. But I'm starting to become frustrated with these hard and fast rules for criteria, and that, like, her being able to engage with other people as a sign of improvement. Because I think that there are people who are able to compartmentalize in a way where you really won't know that they're struggling, but the fact that they're reaching out because they're not people that are that typically reach out, that's the type of personality they have. The fact that they're able to compartmentalize and interact with people, I feel like our system needs an overhaul, because I think that some of the things that Lindsay Clancy was reporting that they interpret because of the way the system is set up as improvement might not be true improvement. And I feel like that's where people like fall into, slip into the cracks. Samantha says they should have asked about a plan. Are you talking about a self-harm plan? Because if that's what you're saying, then, but they did. They asked her repeatedly if she had a plan. And because she reported no, they were not allowed to involuntarily admit her into a hospital. And because she didn't have a plan, their assessment when she did seek potential, I mean, it's interesting because, like, she did go to the emergency room and they offered her inpatient in December and mid-December, and she declined inpatient. And the problem that how it's being presented to the jury at this time is as if she was just turning away services left and right. And even when Reddington gets onto cross and starts asking and sometimes more deeper probing questions, he's limited in a way by the scope on cross because of what was asked on direct. And what I'm hoping is we need a more, I think, fuller picture. I mean, I'm not sure how this actually, maybe not, because I'm not really sure how this actually helps the criminal trial for the defense or for the state, really, because the question is, what was her state of mind at the time? And so I think we've certainly heard evidence that Lindsay, on some level, I don't think anybody disagrees that she was reaching out the purpose for reaching out is where people have a little disagreement. There are people that think she was really reaching out because basically she just wanted benzos, but was also simultaneously telling the different prescribers, I don't want benzos. I don't know. Some of Neat said they asked about a plan constantly, but never asked what the intrusive thoughts were telling her. There were Gelada and this Letitia Dukes did ask about the intrusive thoughts and the substance of those intrusive thoughts. And Gelada testified, and so did Letitia Dukes, that the intrusive thoughts were about not being here anymore. Not yet, ATS, not really. I don't know. Were you in here for the voir dire? Because if you weren't in here for the voir dire, you did miss.
We return back to the trial.
Something.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So, can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4
yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. And would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just...
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records?
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And, for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous, actually, about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes,
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts.
it says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say, you
Second
said
par-
Dr. Tufts?
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, in the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, she then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
Sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health that talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
that.
they were just out of order. Here it is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, that's no problem. That's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have...
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer wanting
kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep, Yesterday she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety? Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses.
Did she say why she would do that?
To cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize, if you just keep you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. Under current it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked her about that, at that point that she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you. If
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
on that date, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart, or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes, from outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes, partial hospitalization program,
IOP,
intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yes, so that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her,
Okay.
unless it's there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th, and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness, and again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you, okay. All right, so you can hold on to that
Yep.
again.
Thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Oh, okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection? Sure, yeah. Yeah, if I could just add that.
Just really quick while they're working out the logistics of offering things into evidence. When I was reading the chat and talking back and forth with ATS News about this postpartum anxiety and the irrational, because if you're anxiety is typically defined by having sort of this sense of impending doom, but there's no actual doom, right? There's no need for your fight, flight, freeze response to be engaged, but it is. And so when I use the term irrational fear, it's not that it's not a reasonable concern to have. It is reasonable to be concerned of becoming dependent, and the dependency leading to addiction to a benzodiazepam. That is a reasonable concern. It's a reasonable fear. I think for Lindsay, where it goes beyond that is because if your body will become dependent on a benzodiazepam because of the chemical makeup of a benzo through no fault of the person taking the medication. It's the nature of the medication. If a person is taking medication as prescribed, meaning they take it as directed, they are not overtaking it, even undertaking it, but mainly they deal with overtaking it, okay? So Lindsay was taking her medication as prescribed, and that is why they're deeming this irrational, because if you're taking the medication as prescribed, meaning if they dispense 30 pills, you're not running out of medication at day 10 or even day 15 or hell, even day 20, which would indicate overtaking the medicine, taking more at one time than you were prescribed. So for that part, I think it would be then incredibly difficult to determine how best to treat that particular patient. But I also wonder if potentially there were external influences, for lack of a better term, hyping her up, making her anxiety worse. For example, if you speak to your partner, your parent, your in-law, and they have about these benzos, specifically the benzos, and they voice to you when you're already in a heightened state of anxiety, and it's due to postpartum anxiety, and they are rightfully worried and they voice that, I would think that would heighten the patient's anxiety of taking that. Thank you very much, Brenda, for gifting me an alert. I appreciate that very much. But so my point would be, I wonder if there were outside influences who unknowingly, when Lindsay would talk about the benzodiazepam and be concerned about, I don't want to take it long term, I don't want to become dependent, I don't want the dependency to spill over into addiction, because it happens all the time, and it frequently happens without the patient themselves actually knowing it. Before you know it, boom, there it is. You're treating anxiety, and you learn that, hey, if I'm prescribed 1 milligram and I take that as directed, if I take 1.5 milligrams, it lasts longer. And this other, it happens unwittingly. So that happens. And I'm wondering if the conversations with her family, through no fault of theirs, because they might have just thought, you know what, validating her fear might be helpful to her. They might think they're helping, but through no fault of their own and unknowingly, they're actually accidentally making that fear worse. And I wonder about that. I don't know. I don't know if you did the wrong one, babe. It's Unk Alert, I learned. I think Unk is for uncool, which I don't think is like a negative thing. Like, I think it's just funny. So, but I wonder about that. And to answer you, Sam, yes, babe, it depends on the situation. It depends on the case. But yes, in the United States, you can be prescribed a month's worth of medication. Prescribed and then dispensed. Okay, so we have a bit of a sidebar here. I'm going to skip through this sidebar a little bit. I should have probably talked through the sidebar, because now I'm concerned. Yeah, I might just talk through the life at 50. What's going on, babe? Let's see. Let me scroll up. Give me just a minute. Coffee and Skeleton says, can you check people's blood to see if they are addicted to something? You can do a blood test, and you can order it, and the initial blood test usually will give you a qualitative, which means that the specific type of medication, like a benzo, is in their system. And then there's another analysis after that called a quantitative, which will tell you the amount that is in their system. And I think that they can use math to work out what you've been prescribed at what dosage, and potentially determine if you have more than what you should in your system. Certainly. Do they do that?
Do you have December 12th?
I don't, not like, so like, okay, if you go to, not like they do, not typically. So, and really they, I suppose a prescriber can order a test like that, if there's concern, right? But do they typically, I don't know, because it's never been my experience that that's happened. Now, I know that, like, if you are with a pain management clinic, you can be subject to monitoring in that way. Like, they can ask you to bring your prescription in for a pill count. They can ask you to take a urine test. They can ask you to take a saliva test. And so they did take her blood at the hospital after she was admitted after January 24th. And what the amount of benzodiazepams in her system was not even at a therapeutic level. So, yeah, we need a different generation, and we need to outsource to a different generation. Teacup says, I'm going to ask my 13-year-old what UNC means. I thought it was short for uncle, like the cool uncle. Well, Alex Erickson told me that it's means uncool, like a boomer. And there are urine tests as well. Urine tests can be both. Urine tests can be a qualitative, which will tell you if the substance is in the urine, and there is a qualitative test that will tell you how much of the system is in the urine. So both of those tests can be done on urine and blood. Also, they do them on decedents as well. But then they use the vitreous, the eye fluid on a decedent.
Again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah. It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Okay, this is an important distinction. Let me clear this up. Amber says that I'm saying the nurse did it separately because of her fear to ease her mind, and she wasn't addicted, separate from when she was arrested. Yes. That's true. I forgot about that. My bad. You're right, Amber. Good catch. Thanks, babe. All right, here we go.
Talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? Because there were 2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day, and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent.
Correct.
To sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day, or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you, that's for
Yes,
sure.
we were in communication.
All right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that, polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's
definition.
okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Excuse me for 1 minute. Apologize. I just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me, so I just need a second. I apologize. Okay, I got it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, like, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or a baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but
Were you-
lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb, she could
Yes.
not focus. Suicidal thoughts,
Yes.
we know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status, and that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which, on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or
I'm-
could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
and its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000 according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd? Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Buckingham.
Briefly, please.
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paula or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient, based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this
No, I
visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine, Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program, and you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So the patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise.
I asked about this, LD, if those telehealth visits are captured in some type of way and stored. And at this point, it doesn't appear that they are. I think that it is potentially a privacy issue. But yeah, because I asked the same thing. Melissa, you did miss not so much with this testimony, to be quite honest. It's kind of more of the same. But this morning, in the midst of the troopers, the Massachusetts State Police, he's now a sergeant, at the time a trooper, his testimony, in the midst of that, we went to a very long sidebar. And then we went to a voir dire of that witness, and that was important. I want to go back and revisit that, so don't fret. I'll catch you up. But that was important.
Is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did you
she
ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, you know, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay, and all I did was ask you about the patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay, and then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician, you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, being December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay, let's do that. You got it? Let me see, please.
Hi, everybody just joining us. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Glad you're here. And yes, Girls Nana 07, it has been a while. I'm glad you're back. Good to
What's a
see you.
mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. All right, Como, you want to call your next witness?
I'm also call Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Well, thank you, Girls Nana, for gifting. I appreciate that very, very much. It's incredibly generous and sweet. Thank you so much. Sorry, I have something, a little tickle. I liked her too, Scott H.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your stuff, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham and Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, 2.
2?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
Okay. And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
Okay. And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct, who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guard the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, rather than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, resume with the Commonwealth's case. I'll remind you again, I think you probably know what I'm going to say, no talking about this case, don't do any research about this, don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour, just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Find yourself a notebook.
All right. So for those of you guys who missed what happened this morning, hold on just a second. Okay. So for those of you guys who were not here this morning, because let me put it to live and see where they're at. They're still not back. So what I'm going to do is go back to this morning
Necessarily.
to the voir dire, because I'm very interested in this specific testimony. To me, listening to it the first time around, it's not clear to me how this officer I know that the officer on the stand learned the information from another officer, but I want to hear about how the first officer, how he learned that information, and it wasn't clear. Okay. Basically, if you missed this morning, what happened was they put the Commonwealth called a Massachusetts State Police officer to the stand. He is the one who collected Lindsay Clancy's clothing from the hospital. And he also, I guess, did some watching too. But then in cross-examination, we learned that this officer also was part of another conversation, and the assertion made by the defense attorney is that he was told about a conversation between Lindsay Clancy and her psychiatrist. And the accusation is that the psychiatrist told Lindsay to call Patrick and tell Patrick she heard voices. The inference being that this whole scenario of her hearing a commanding voice was planted in her head. It's interesting to me, though, that this has really been brought up by the defense and not the state yet. So we're going to hear this voir dire, and I'm very curious. I want to hear what he actually says about how he got this information, because that was not clear to me.
A bit longer than it takes over here at the side. Okay.
Court, all rise. Good.
Oh, you're very welcome, Brenda. Look, I don't know if I actually clarified it, because it's not, it's very unclear to me. And I don't actually, obviously this is it. If it's to be believed on its face, right, as a defense attorney, this is not something that you would want to be brought up if it's true, if it's accurate, right? The fact that it is really Reddington who brought this up, and before they went to voir dire, he did bring it up in front of the jury. And so this is where this is why I'm curious about this, because it is the defense who brought it up, not the specifics were brought up by the defense, I should say, not the Commonwealth. And I believe that Reddington is a very capable, competent, probably more than averagely competent defense attorney. And so there's a reason why this happened the way that it did. And I'm very curious about that reason. But before I can even start to think about what the reason might be, I need to hear the specifics again.
All right. So, counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it just so the record's clear. The jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of, obviously, with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall, if he closed the door, or if he kept the door open, or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McElligan.
And what did McElligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McElligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts that are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McElligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zeisel, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, now I get it. All right. Thank you, Brenda, so much. I appreciate that. That was incredibly generous. Thank you. Okay, I get it now. What Patrick reported was the call, just a call, not the substance of that call. And what has happened is, so Patrick did not report the substance of that call between he and, at the time, Lindsay, his wife. Okay. And he didn't testify to the contents of that call. He did not testify in front of the grand jury as to what Lindsay told him on that call, right? Am I getting this right? And that basically the other trooper somehow, maybe from the door being left open, whatever, which, hold on. Yeah. Somehow or another, found out about this call, and now it is the prosecution that is claiming that this is some type of thought or plan for defense, for a defense for her. Am I understanding this correctly? Because at first it was unclear. I wish that during the voir dire that the judge or the prosecutor, I wish the prosecutor would have stood up and said, who is the he? Who is the they, the thems? I need specifics. Put a name on that. It's too vague when you use pronouns, especially in a situation like this. I need to know specifically who said what to whom, when did they say it? So evidently, it's very confusing.
Well, when
The
you say
voices.
the voices.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having
That's wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McElligan?
McKelligan.
McElligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
I mean, it was a shitty question, Reddington. Like, I would have taken me a minute. I would have had to buffer in that moment.
Well, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall.
All right, so I think I got it now, but this is the wrong witness. We're not going to be able to sort it out with this witness. To me, what it seems like is this is what I don't understand. This witness was present at this specific visit, right? When the court order came in and the psychiatrist was allowed to visit with Lindsay Clancy, he was the one in charge of minding the door. Okay. Now he's having this. He was outside of the hospital room. Okay. But where did the report of how did they come up with that Lindsay Clancy told Patrick on that phone call that she heard voices? Who told them that? If nobody was allowed in that room, right? He's saying he didn't hear it firsthand. This is a conversation he had with another trooper who wasn't even there that day. And I'm guessing maybe that it came out through the course of the investigation, but there had to be a source. Hey, Nay, my boo, what you doing, girl? asked you. I get that, Tess, this, okay, follow my thinking here, even though I'm buffering like real super bad. So everybody be patient. Let me take a breath. I get that they're claiming that the psychiatrist is the one who told Lindsay to say that. I'm on board with that. Okay. But who is the source of the information that Lindsay told anybody anything? Who? I sound like a damn owl. Who told them? Who reported that? If the only people that were inside of that room was Lindsay, the psychiatrist, right? That's all, right? It's the psychiatrist. It's Lindsay and the psychiatrist. There are two people in that room. And then the third person, Patrick, is the person that she called. So which one of those three people informed law enforcement about the substance of that phone call that Lindsay made to Patrick using the psychiatrist's phone? Who? Because it wasn't, do you think Lindsay would be saying that? Probably not. The psychiatrist, also probably not. But then when he's asked, now to be fair, I do have to concede that the way in which Reddington asked this trooper that the question specific to Patrick Clancy's testimony in front of that grand jury, that there was a call. But what's left out is by Reddington is a question about the substance of that call. So are we supposed to infer that the logical explanation, it is weird, but because it's like implied that it's Patrick, that the source of the contents of that phone call came from Patrick. Now, then later, between the Massachusetts State Police and the prosecution, it was twisted into the psychiatrist is the one that told Lindsay to say that to Patrick in an effort to start the theory of the defense. I don't like this. This feels very something in the milk ain't clean to me. And I can't tell you which direction something in the milk ain't clean is coming from. All right. They're still at lunch. Take the hour. They left at 10 till 2. It's now almost 15 after 2. This is how, when you start late and leave early, how in the actual F are you on time or ahead of schedule? I would like to know that. Because anytime I've sat down to work on a project and I've started late and left early, rest assured I ain't on time. No matter how much I work my butt off, I am not on time at all. I am never ahead of, I'm not ahead of schedule. That never happens. If anything, if I start late and leave early, usually I'm behind. No matter how much work I accomplish, it wouldn't have been the same as if I'd started on time, or hell, even started early. Something in the milk ain't clean, coffee and skeletons, but I can't tell which direction the something in the milk ain't clean from. And here's why. If the substance, there's only 3 people that were privy to the substance of that conversation, meaning Lindsay reporting to Patrick that she heard voices. There's only 3 people: Lindsay, the psychiatrist, and Patrick. Why would Patrick report that to the prosecution? Because this is fairly early on in this investigation. Let me see if I can ascertain exactly when were, I bet Google is so over me. This is a terrible question, but thankfully AI is used to my bullshit. So this had to have occurred somewhere between January 28th and January 30th. If this took place on a phone call, right? So the situation that occurred that brought her into the hospital in the first place, Brigham and Women's. Is that the name of the hospital? How do you say that? It feels so wrong to say it like that. Hold on. Yeah, Brigham and Women's Hospital happened on January 24th. So somewhere between, okay, we know that it's somewhere between January 28th and the 30th. Otherwise, we have to know when she was when she stopped being intubated, when her breathing tube was removed, because you can't talk when you're intubated. All right. When did the psychiatrist, through a court order, see Lindsay at Brigham and Women's? Sometime in late January or early February of 2023. Okay. So that's still relatively early in the process of the investigation. And remember, publicly, Patrick has defended Lindsay the entire time, as I understand it. So why would he report? And what exactly did he report? Something is not adding up here, and I can't tell if it's on the part of, I mean, for discussion's sake, let's say Patrick wanted to be helpful, and that's why he said, listen, Lindsay called me and she told me she'd been hearing voices. Okay, maybe he was trying to tell law enforcement, this is the result of mental illness. And is it possible in that the prosecution took that information and put their own twist on it? She was lawyered up at that point. Kevin Reddington was her attorney. Sometime at the end of January or at the beginning of February, he got a court order so that Dr. Zeisel was allowed to be in the room, because up until that point, no visitors were allowed. Nobody was allowed in that hospital room. And Kevin Reddington got a court order to allow this to happen. But the thought would be, if he had to go and get a court order in order for a psychiatrist to be able to enter that room, to me, but I follow true crime and trials, so where my line of thinking would be might not be where Patrick's line of thinking is. I would think if they're treating your wife like a suspect, say nothing. And the reason you say nothing is because anything you say can and will be used against you and her. Let them do their job. Don't help them in any, like, you know what I'm saying? The help sometimes ends up being hurting, even though it's not intended. I need you to stop being logical, Scott. For real. Like, I love you to death, but you being rational when I want to rage, it's not helpful. Let me rage. No, I know. I get how it works. It just feels like if they're saying that, it just feels like they should have witnesses lined up to work the full day, that period. Like if by lunchtime, right? If they're ahead, if a witness took less time, they should have somebody lined up. It makes me so mad. I cannot, there's something about this that's not fitting right. And I'm wondering if it's because something in the milk truly ain't clean. I know. I will tell you this. I can already like hear the tickety talks exploding with this. Patrick, shut her up. Right. I'm not there yet. I'm not even close to there. I think we're missing too much important information. Bye, be Frank. Take it easy.
We could just go back to sidebar.
Oh, now they need another GD sidebar. I've been sitting down. They're late already, but we're going to go to sidebar for the love of Pete. I wish I need to know. We need to know exactly. Patrick, what did you tell them exactly? Is this twisting of a conversation that you reported them? Is the twisting from you or is the twisting from them? I need to know. I know. Friggin' sidebar. I hope you know, Scott, I really am just kidding. I do appreciate you being rational because sometimes I'm irrational and I'm just ragey and yelly and I need to, take it down like 27 notches. So I appreciate you being the cooler head prevailing in this situation. Shamina, girl, hold on.
For the jury, it just kind of reminds.
Shamina said her own attorney just admitted she did it. I didn't know people were blaming the father. Yes, but this is what's interesting about it. What they're saying is that they never considered, most of them, and it's very difficult for me to stomach some of that stuff. So my eyes just roll. I'm afraid that one of these days, you know how your mom used to say, if you make that face, it's going to get stuck like that. I'm really afraid because I roll my eyes so hard at some of the theories and how they are substantiating their theories. But so I can't watch all of them, but the ones that I've seen, mainly it's because of the trial, the stuff that's come out in the trial. that has caused them to believe. And some of the things that the evidence that's come out in the trial that they're using to substantiate this is actually evidence that has not been, that I don't know what it's not the evidence. For example, one of the reasons that some of the people are blaming Patrick is because of the DNA results from the exercise bands. Okay. I've seen it. If I've seen it once, I've seen it 11 billion times that Lindsay Clancy's DNA was not found on those exercise bands. One person also added that, in fact, no female DNA was found, only male. That's not what the testimony was. And I can understand how people get confused by that, because the results, the interpretation and the reading of the results are confusing. And part of the reason that they're confusing is because the exercise bands were wrapped around Lindsay Clancy and Patrick Clancy's biological children, meaning making, which everybody knows from, I don't know, I think I learned this in like 8th grade, but you get half your DNA from your mom, you get half your DNA from your father. So because they're related, the way that the reading of the results could be confusing, but her DNA was absolutely found on those exercise bands, and so was Cora's. So it wasn't just male DNA, but so was Patrick's. Okay. The other thing that they're citing as Patrick did it is this email. And I have tried to substantiate this in every way that I can. People have actually claimed that Patrick Clancy testified that he emailed his work at 5:24 p.m. from his Surface Pro, when that is absolutely not what he testified to. What he testified to was that he could not, that yes, that's the email, but he couldn't remember whether it came from the Surface Pro or it came from his iPhone. We haven't seen specific extraction evidence from the phone or from his Surface Pro to substantiate where it was sent from. All right. And Patrick couldn't remember. Then we have the whole shoe debacle. And I already debunked that last week. They are the exact same shoes. The problem is the lighting and the video and the camera quality up in the CVS's is caca. Whereas the lighting and the camera quality at the 3V is very good quality. But even with the poor quality from CVS, you can see from the shoe that toe thing, that wraparound rubber part of the toe, is the exact same color and in the exact same spot in both stills, making it more likely than not that those are the same pair of shoes. The other issue, none of Lindsay's fingerprints being on the knife. That's not actually the testimony either. They did come up with fingerprints on the knife, but they were not of sufficient quality to be compared. They lacked ridge detail. So that's, you cannot, we don't know whose they were, but there were fingerprints. So to say they weren't Lindsay's, well then, but they also weren't Patrick's, if that's the line of thinking, right? So there. It's ridiculous.
Again, that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody
Uh-oh.
of the pending media order.
Y'all in the media, I don't know what you're doing, but you better behave. There's a reason that he is having to repeat this.
Regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay.
Oh, sweet Jesus, you have got to, I get that people are very invested in this case. I do. And I appreciate the level of investedness. That's not a word. I don't think. Daisy said, now they're claiming that it wasn't Patrick at the CVS. It was his friend Kyle Carney. To what fucking end? To what end? This makes no sense. If the theory from people who believe that Patrick is the one who's responsible for all of this, not through like ignoring and not being present and all that, right? Actually, factually, physically responsible for this, that he took his children's lives and that he pushed her out the window. Okay? If that's the theory, and his motive behind it is he wanted a brand new life. No, footloose and fancy free. Well, then why have more kids? If you're wanting to be rid of children because you don't want children and you want to live your life footloose and fancy free, why have more kids? It makes no sense at all. None. Like there is literally zero linear thinking in that thought process, in those thought processes at all. Why would Kyle get involved? What does he get out of it? What's for Shiggles out here doing? I'll have to look at it. All right, let's get to it. I mean, listen, if there was evidence of this, wouldn't blame Patrick be a way better defense than Lindsay, than what they're doing now, which is Lindsay had a psychotic break. She was in psychosis when she did this. Wouldn't blame Patrick be a much more wouldn't that be a much more oh my God, what's the word? Palatable theory, and a more an easier theory for a jury to accept? I'll rewind it, Maria, for you. The judge said that the media needs to pay attention. There's orders about specific evidence and something else. Hold on. And no disruptive statements. He's not playing with you people. All right, here we go. I'll let you listen to it in full.
This is evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay. We all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. That would give you a couple extra minutes to look at the solar eclipse while you're out. So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. Commonwealth, could I call your next witness, please?
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, Letitia Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226.
We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes.
Good afternoon. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah. Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an Assistant Deputy Superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep detainee or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach?
Objection to the record.
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Just going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
All right. Those may be admitted.
227.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
Same objection as decided by a judge. It's
Okay.
not contested.
All
It's
right.
not necessary.
All right. Same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, Renee Stonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the chief medical examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected, they see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there is hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area. And because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes? Hypoxic
ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What the? Come on, Commonwealth. Really? Was this necessary? Is there a dispute about the way the children died? Was their cause of death in dispute? This isn't like the Megan Boswell trial where they called in two different forensic pathologists because the second pathologist testified that Evelyn was put in that trash can upside down and alive. This is not what this isn't necessary. This is so I listen. There's a fine line between telling the victim's story, which is important. These children, their lives were taken from them. It was at the hands of their mother, something she doesn't dispute. And their story deserves to be told, but I believe it's been told. I think this is starting to, I'm sorry, but it feels a little exploitative. I'm not going to lie. That's how I feel right now in this moment. Maybe I'll change my mind later, but but that's how I feel right now.
Reddington? Hold on, Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break, all right? So why don't this will be a very short break, come out, we'll come right back.
Uh-oh. They're stopping because Lindsay's upset, which they should do. Good call, Judge. Good call. This is a good call.
We'll be in a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody, clear the courtroom.
Yes, Audrey, this is live, babe. This is today's testimony. This is happening currently. We are it's 2:42 local time. It's 1:53 here. I'm on Central. So, I mean, we're just a little tiny bit behind. But yeah, it's live. I'll just make it live. Just now it's 1,000% live. We're only a few minutes behind. I do too. For Shiggles, I like how Reddington is shielding her from the camera. Scott says, there should be a movement to standardize not guilty by reason of insanity. Make it guilty by not legally responsible. Make pleading to it shift the burden of proof to the defendant to prove they were insane. So in some states, that is the way that it goes. For example, Jeffrey Dahmer. When Jeffrey Dahmer's trial occurred, the defense is actually the one who had the burden of proof because they were not. Let me Google out so that I can adequately explain this because I wasn't prepared to, like I should be prepared to talk about this. And be able to explain it. But for whatever reason, my brain is just not getting it today. Let me look at this. Just give me a second, you guys. All right. The 1992 criminal trial of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer focused entirely on his sanity rather than his guilt. resulting in a ruling that he was legally sane. Because Dahmer changed his plea to guilty but insane for killing and dismembering 15 young men and boys in Wisconsin, the defense bore the burden of proving that a mental disease left him unable to control his actions or understand their wrongfulness. So, this in Wisconsin, it is that way. The burden shifts. In other states, so in Massachusetts specifically, the way that Reddington wanted this trial to go was he went to the Commonwealth and he said, we are willing to stipulate to the fact that Lindsay Clancy murdered her children, essentially taking out this type of testimony and replacing it with testimony that we've already heard, right? The people that treated her prior to January 24th, 2023, and then the next set of testimony being the people who evaluated her for the Commonwealth, right? And then then the defense's turn. And then the jury would only really be hearing the facts pertinent to making their determination about whether she's guilty of first-degree murder or guilt or not criminally responsible because she was mentally ill at the time. Hang on, let me look. Let me Google it because there were some elements in Colorado that, even though Letitia did plead not guilty by reason of insanity, that Colorado still had to prove. Let me look at this. Hold on. Yes, that's how I recall it as well. I recall that Colorado, I think they handle it in the same way that Massachusetts handles it, where the state must prove her sane, must prove the defendant sane. So I think what you're saying, Scott, which I now that I'm thinking about all of the things that I just said, and then thinking back to your original comment, I think what I understand now more what you're suggesting, which is that the states that require for the burden to in a not guilty by reason of insanity pleading, that require the state to the Commonwealth or the state to prove the defendant sane. You're saying that the states should handle it. Those states should handle it more like Wisconsin does, where the burden shifts to the defendant in proving their insanity. This is where I think the crux is. So Shamina says, I don't believe the voices. I don't see how the voices were so powerful to walk her through and successfully taking the children's lives, but it stopped. Well, let me read it just how you wrote it. I don't see how the voices was so powerful to walk her through and successfully taking the kids, but it stopped for her to return Pat's call and couldn't get her to finish hers. Well, I understand that. And that's the question that the jury is going to have to answer. Yeah, Lisa, I can put up another poll. Just give me 1 second. I think the argument would be that it appears that her intent to end her own life was earnest, in that that was her intent. She didn't intend to survive. And that because of, I guess, timing, she did survive. I think if Patrick had found her later than what he did, the chances of her surviving might have been less. I think he might have not have been able to find her in time to save her. And the truth is, she did code in the hospital. So, and this is also true here. This is where there will always be in cases like this, in every case where a murder occurs that's not on video, right? Recorded. There will always be questions of the order in which the events occurred, and how long each event occurred, right? Like in this case, we're probably Melissa says we don't know if she was doing anything after Pat's call. It's speculation. That call could have been the voice. I always thought that the state's theory was that she had already put those exercise bands around and thought she had killed the children. And then Patrick called, and then the last thing she did was jump out the window. Obviously that can be known. Because the knife was found next to the bed on the nightstand. So obviously she cut her wrists and her arm and her neck and then jumped out the window. I mean, that's like, there's evidence to prove that. The rest of it, though, as far as what exactly was happening in that home at the moment that Patrick called, she missed the call, she returned the call, we don't know. It would all be speculation. Shamina says, I don't think she took the meds long enough to have them affect her. I think she doctor shopped, played the system as a backup to use after. She seems calculated to me, even the crying outburst. Shamina also says, I do believe she was depressed, sleep deprived, anxious, etc. But she was in her right mind enough to do it. She could have left the house to take her life if she didn't want a chance of being saved. I mean, listen, there are elements to this crime, to this situation, that I cannot argue. I don't have I could, but it wouldn't be a salient argument. It wouldn't be a good argument. There are elements to this that at this point, I can't say were evidence of her being being psychotic, in a state of psychosis. We at this point in the testimony, frankly, the evidence given based on the testimony from the people who prescribed her medications and the people who saw her, like Letitia Dukes, as a therapist. The testimony surrounding specific medications is puzzling to me. And I don't think at this point yet we have a full picture. And I'm not sure how, like what witness would would either side be able to bring in to give us a fuller picture. There seems to be this issue surrounding the benzos. And when Dr. Tufts testified, there was this constant back and forth about not wanting to be on benzos. And then, but when Rebecca Gelada testified, that existed, but also there was there was testimony about when it came time to actually taper her down. That's their parlance. I'm so glad I covered the Karen Reed trial and got to see Robert Alessi in action, because I love the term parlance, and it's not one that you hear a lot. And now the fact that I get to use it in everyday conversation makes me so happy. But to use their parlance. So when the subject, when it came right down to tapering off, specifically the Valium, something that she had been up until that point really adamant about, not wanting to be on benzodiazepines or diazepines. And then when it came right down to it, to taper down off of the Valium, she then said, no. I do. I love Alessi. I absolutely love him. And the thing is, I am a bit of a vocabulary snob. I love, and it just while we're, talking about things, they're on a break. We'll be on a break too. When I was little, my favorite aunt was my Aunt Sally. And the reason I liked my Aunt Sally was she's my mom's sister. She was a lot of fun, but she used huge words to describe things, right? It would have been easier to say something like, to use your term. Instead, she would have used the word. Instead, she would have said to use your parlance. Like the other day when I was on Alley's, and I could have said it.
Hi. Council, can I see its sidebar?
Withhold it. It's the underhanded way. Instead, I use subterfuge, and I get that. I got that from my Aunt Sally. My Aunt Sally used to speak to me as if I were an adult, able to understand these words. But when I didn't understand what a word meant, I would ask her, and she would explain it to me. And so I just have always been like a huge fan of, that's why I like to, instead of saying, oh my God, I'm so upset, right? Or, oh my God, I will say apoplectic, because I love that word. It's just better. I don't know. Anyway, that's why. But it seems like there's something sort of missing from that element of the medications. It's specific around the benzos, really.
All right, George entering.
And quite honestly, I'm not sure we're going to have those. I'm not sure we're going to get the answers to that question, because I don't know that there is a witness that's going to be able to testify to why Lindsay sometimes said one thing and did another. Do you know what I mean? That's human nature. Like, that's not it. But if you're just so adamant with everyone that's prescribing you benzos, but then you continue to take the benzos, but then and then when it comes time to actually taper off of the Valium, which I think Ativan might not have been actually that helpful to her, only because of its shorter half-life. I think the Valium or the diazepam was very helpful to her. It was beneficial to her. But there's something around that I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it. And it's not a negative connotation one way or the other. It's just, I'm still trying to figure it out. You know, Shamina, I respect your
Your Honor, for
opinion.
the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial.
Excuse me, Madam Court Reporter. I completely respect your opinion, but for me personally, I went into the first trial with an open mind. It was the evidence that convinced me of her innocence. Nothing, because I didn't really follow all of the big to-do prior to the trial. I mean, it's not like I was unaware of it. I don't live under a rock. I mean, but I didn't watch it like that. I didn't follow it like that. I didn't want to be influenced.
Trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right? So you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal-Olsen.
Same objection.
All right. Same finding and analysis.
Afternoon, ma'am. Sound like you raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give before
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Have a Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas, and I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And When performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into two parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck, and a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Council could.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Why are you doing this?
We're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
I mean, she has a right to attend her trial. And the nurses are going to have to look at her, God bless her. Not because, listen, not for any other reason than I don't think this is manipulation at here. And I'm not saying that she is this little wilting, flower or child that needs to be treated so delicately. But here's she doesn't have to be in the courtroom, Tam, but she has the right to be in the courtroom.
Speak to council in regards to schedule. Okay.
They're going to end it for the day. Mark my words. They're going to end it. She did. She just said, I can't do this. I can't take it. I can't do it. I'm not going to rewind it because, she does have the right, but also The judge has to keep order in his court. And if she cannot comport her behavior accordingly, he's going to have to, he'll excuse her. I don't think she's faking. I don't think she's faking. I mean, we can rewind it if you guys want to hear exactly what she says. But I mean, here's the thing. And I think that this is something that should be discussed because I do think it's important. Human beings are capable of feeling many things at the exact same time. And while on its face, the murder of children, particularly by their mother, flies in the face of everything, right? The natural order of things. I mean, mothers, even in the not just human mothers, but mothers even in the in animals are fiercely protective of their children. And this flies in the face of that. I'll say that this is part of the human condition, the dichotomy that exists in a set of circumstances like this, right? So she's taken their lives, yet here she is crying about it. And there are people, and let me tell you something, under different defendants, for me, that would have been my reaction. It would have been, what are you crying about now? But over the years, I don't know if age has dulled my judginess, or rather I've developed a better sense of empathy, or trying to see things I let more from other people's perspectives, take into not just my own view. I think that there will be people always that say, she's faking it, or this is, the state is using emotional manipulation. So here is Lindsay using it back on them. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of commentary, but this is what I think. I think that these are the tears of a person who deeply regrets her actions. Now, that being said, that's not what the jury is there to determine. They're to determine her state of mind at the time of the crime. And so, in that, well, yes, Melissa, babe, they are absolutely doing this on purpose, but I think doing this on purpose, the way I mean it and the way you mean it, might be two different things. At first, when I first started watching this trial, and there were things that specifically like I had talked about earlier, that Kevin Reddington went to the Commonwealth wanting to stipulate that Lindsay Clancy murdered her 3 children, making this type of testimony not necessary. But the state rejected that. Now, why they rejected that? I mean, they're within their rights. They rejected it. And even though Kevin Reddington has continuously objected to this type of evidence, saying it's unnecessary, it's cumulative, they're not arguing that that the children didn't die this way and that they didn't die at her hands. I believe that the Commonwealth is doing this with the intention that should she be found guilty and be found guilty of first-degree murder, I believe they're doing their part to make sure that the conviction stands on appeal, that Lindsay could come back in that situation and say, I did agree to stipulate to the, like, if they had agreed to Kevin Reddington, it might be possible that Lindsay Clancy could file an appeal and say, I was on all kinds of medication, and yeah, my attorney said stipulate to this and I agreed, but now I was on medication and therefore you can't be taking my word. She could have appealed it, right? This is, I believe the reason they're doing this is in part to make sure that this conviction stands on appeal, because that's important too. Yeah, I think they have ended for the day. I don't know. We'll see. I think we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because it's live now. I'm glad that I agree. So Shamina says it needs to be presented to the jurors so they can see the full picture. Stipulating is great, but doing that can stop them from removing these portions of the evidence. They have the burden of proof. Part of the burden of proof in a trial where the defendant has pled not guilty, just straight not guilty, the state has the burden of proof, which seems kind of redundant on its face, but they do have to prove that the victim in this situation is deceased. They died this way. Their cause of death was this, and their manner of death was homicide, right? And so that's why they put on those witnesses. And they have to prove that the court that's presiding over the trial even has jurisdiction. So during the trial. So the state has the burden of proof to really, in this type of a case, their burden really is that Cora, Dawson, and Callan died by strangulation. The manner of death was homicide. They died in the county in which the court is presiding. That's their burden of proof. They've already had autopsy testimony. These are forensic consultants, portions of the autopsies that were sent out for other findings, for to be looked at. I knew what you meant. Tam says the children are the victims. They're lost in this trial. It's crazy. I know it feels that way. It does. I get it, Tam. I do. And I've personally, throughout my commentary on the during the trial testimony, I've reiterated that getting to the part that the jury really has to deliberate, which is first degree murder or not guilty by reason of insanity or not criminally guilty. I don't want having a discussion surrounding Lindsay Clancy's mental health at the time, and then also what she did leading up to it, trying to get help or not get help, however you view the testimony, having that discussion. And even if I believe that Lindsay Clancy, if I end up finally determining through the evidence that it's my belief she was in a state of psychosis, that doesn't diminish what she did. It doesn't devalue Cora, Dawson, or Callan's lives. It doesn't negate the fact that those three children, probably the last thing they saw was their mother taking their lives. And I can't imagine how confusing, painful, and terrifying that would have been all at the same time. I am not diminishing the fact that when she took those children's lives, she robbed the world of their potential, because in my opinion, that is what happens when a person murders a child. They rob that child of their life, the family of the child, and all of their firsts and everything that goes with growing up. But they also rob the world of that child's potential. And that is important.
Session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter
means
of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding.
And even if I determine that, even if if I end up with the opinion that she was in a state of psychosis, she still murdered her kids. It doesn't mean that I want her. And that's another thing. A lot of people, like, it seems to be this thought that if Lindsay Clancy gets found not guilty by reason of insanity, she gets to go free. No, she doesn't. She'll go to a secure facility, and she'll be eligible for evaluations to see if she's eligible for release.
Excellent.
Doesn't mean that she'll be released. You know, she's not gonna go free.
All right. Counsel sidebar, please.
Well, thank you, Jonah's mom. And Jonah, bestest boy. Jonah's mom said, Jen, I appreciate that you cover all the facts and possibilities. That's why I will be a member for life. Well, I appreciate that, babe. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Tam. I appreciate that. Tam says, I think you and your chat have been respectful about the children. It's the other very biased channels that forget why she's even having a trial. And I listen, you're coming on a good day for me, not the chat. My chat's always very well behaved, and I'm so grateful. They are the best. I have the best chat in all of the YouTubes. And but personally for me, you're coming on a good day, because yesterday I completely fell off the objectivity wagon, and I was like, well, what were these providers supposed to do? You know, I almost got to I was kind of yelly, but also my voice was getting going octaves higher than my normal speaking voice. And I found myself sort of sounding like Big Stewart from Mad TV. Well, what were they supposed to do? You know, it was just, it got to be too much for me. It really did. And so I'm glad you came today when I'm on my best behavior. But I took a step back and I was like, look here, Jen, get it together. You said you were going to be objective about this. You need to be objective. Oh, I love that your grandma said that. Let me highlight Shamina. Shamina says, I don't want her to ever go free, but maybe when the defense presents, I may change my mind. But today, that tramp stamp did it knowingly. My grandma loves saying tramp stamp. I miss her. Your grandma sounds fun. Lil D says, I do agree that she regrets it. I just still in my heart feel like she meant it at the time. I mean, listen. There's nothing wrong with feeling like that. And to be fair to you, to a lot of you guys that have these feelings, a lot of it is because you guys followed this case a lot more closely than I did. And in that, the pre-case part of it, I avoided some of the pre-trial and the, stuff that was coming out in the media and stuff, because this is one of those cases. And I just thought, you know what, if I am going to listen and weigh out the evidence, I need to be free of like knowledge ahead of time, because that will taint how I perceive evidence. I'm human. Recliner detective, like rewind, like about, I don't know, about an hour and a half. And I break exactly. First of all, we know that Patrick didn't do it because at the beginning of all of this, before there was even a trial, Lindsay's attorney wanted to stipulate to Lindsay being the murderer of Cora, Clancy, and Dawson, or Cora, Dawson, and Callan. That's number one. Don't you think that the blame Patrick would have been a much more palatable theory to present in front of a jury? It would have been a much easier theory for the jury to accept rather than she was in a state of psychosis. That's why. And all of the evidence that people around the internet have cited, I debunked. So it's way back. Way back. Maybe I'll debunk it again on another day. I don't feel like doing it right now. Not to be rude. I don't mean that rude.
All set.
Yes. There's got to be a compromise. Come on. Advocate for your client, and that there's got to be a way that they tried Adam, what's his face? Montgomery in absentia. He didn't even show up on any of the days. There's got to be a compromise, regardless of how you believe. Like, even if you believe that she has regret, but she knew what she did on the day, right? If she cannot comport herself, then there's got to be a compromise so that this doesn't have to keep happening, where the jury has to exit and all of the things, right, to keep it going. They can, absolutely. They can pull a Darrell Brooks, and she can sit in another courtroom and watch. Of course, he used his time to build a box fort, but I wish that, I don't know what Reddington, I just, putting her through this testimony that she obviously can't handle, feel how you feel, why she can't handle it, but whatever, it's disruptive to the process. And even though I'm sympathetic and empathetic for her and her feelings, I also don't want this portion of the testimony to drag out too much longer. Let's get through it and get like a Band-Aid. Let's rip it off. Let's get to it. You know what, Shamina, your grandma reminds me of the type of grandma that I aspire to be. I hope that the Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire, when she is your age, she says things like, you know what my granny used to say? My granny used to say, back the milk truck up, put it in park, take the keys out the ignition, and let me see your hands. Because she does say stuff like that. She will say, back the milk truck up, and rewind to show. Wait a minute, what did they say? Granny, back the milk truck up. And she says things like, I don't know what you're talking about. My granny is a delight. Like if Papa will give me a hard time or whatever, just joking around with me, she'll say, I don't know. Excuse me, Madam Clerk. I don't know what you're talking about, Papa. My granny is a delight. Obviously, I taught her that.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have a photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up. What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay. And if you could, is that working for you? I can need to see that. There we go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes,
Yes.
eyelids. You tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur, and again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids, so I inverted the eyelids, and I lift open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. Oh, I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, Are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred?
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death, what do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen into our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed. So you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head, and so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood, and that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
Okay. And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is, first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen, and in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
It's obvious what she means.
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. The force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
But, counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it sidebar.
All right, I'm rewinding because I was focused other places. I mean, I was listening, obviously, but I'm not understanding what her previous inconsistent statement is. So I want to hear it. Hold on.
That stops.
The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
But, counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it sidebar.
I'm not sure. Are they okay? She's not the one that performed Callan's autopsy. So it seems like she performed autopsies on Cora and Dawson, and because Callan died later and in the hospital, his autopsy was performed by a different and separate, obviously, medical examiner. Now, let's Google, because I've never seen this. Let me look this up. Can a witness No. Can a prosecutor impeach their own witness with a prior Geez, Jen. All right. Under modern rules like Federal Rule of Evidence 607, any party, including the prosecutor who called the witness, can impeach a witness's credibility provided there's a good faith basis. Huh. Now, why would and I don't even like this line of thinking, but I mean, look, we're here, we're supposed to be watching the trial. This is what we do when we watch trials, as difficult as this testimony is. The only thing that I can think of she might want to elicit using this prior inconsistent statement is that there is some physical evidence in the autopsy report that indicates that Lindsay released the pressure and then reapplied it in the course of strangulation. And if that's the case, then they must be going for this is evidence of she could have stopped, she did stop, and she went back to doing it again. That's the only thing that I can think of. But of course, I am not an attorney. So I don't know. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. Am I sometimes I question my own line of thinking. So hey, Alice, what are you doing? She just headbutted you're going to turn my microphone off. You've done this so many times. Let me see if we're past, I mean, we're not that far behind. We're a little bit, we might have some.
Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible, and so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Sustained. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die?
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame, and so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166. What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And
Before, let's just take a break for a second. Tamrock said, FBI profiler said she's a narcissist. I'm not arguing, but what FBI profiler said that? Just because I would like to hear it for myself. Now, I did go and look this up. This is why I think this was the issue. Okay. So what I Googled was, and I had to put this in front of it because last time I Googled some shit, I got helplines. So I wrote, I'm watching the Lindsay Clancy trial. Is there forensic evidence that suggests the length? Hold on. How did I put this? Hold on. Oh, I can't see it. The length of time it takes to strangle a person, I think is what it was. All right. So here's the answer. Yes, forensic and medical evidence establishes a clear time for physiological effects of strangulation, showing that unconsciousness occurs within seconds and death takes a few minutes. However, forensic pathology cannot pinpoint the exact second an individual death occurred based solely on postmortem neck tissue or ligature marks. Unconsciousness takes about 5 to 10 seconds and sometimes as fast as 4 seconds. Brain cell damage, and this is what she was testifying to, begins within 10 to 15 seconds of sustained cutoff. Irreversible death typically occurs within several minutes of continuous uninterrupted pressure or ligature constriction. What forensic evidence can and cannot show? Autopsies and external examinations can reveal petechial hemorrhages, burst blood vessels in the eyes or skin, bruising, or specific ligature patterns. These confirm that compression took place and indicate the type of force or tool used, such as the exercise bands noted in the Clancy case. The how long limitations. While medical science dictates how long a body can survive without oxygen before dying, forensic experts generally cannot look at a victim's neck anatomy after the fact and state whether that pressure was applied for precisely 30 seconds, 1 minute, or 3 minutes. Prosecutors often rely on contextual evidence such as sequential victims, lack of immediate release, or digital search pre-planning to argue that an act was prolonged or deliberate, rather than relying on specific biological clock written in the physical trauma of the neck. So when we're keeping in mind, I know who that is. Okay, I'll check her out. I am very leery about the term narcissist. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to check her out, but I'm going to tell you already I'm going in a little suspect. Here's why. Because I think that term narcissist is overused. And the truth of the matter is every single human being, there exists narcissistic traits. It's part of our survival. Okay. To actually be a true narcissist is not common like people think it is. The way that word gets used and thrown around, and I know that she's a profiler, but I'm leery about it. So I'm glad you understand. Good. Just like gaslighting, it is overused, and often gaslighting and narcissists are used incorrectly. So we are going to find that out. Solo Angel Mom says, I wish we could ask what medicine she is on now. If it was me, I'd fake being okay until given the chance to finish myself off. I live now for my other 3 kids and 13 grants, but half of me died with my son. I'm so sorry, babe. And I'm glad you're here. And on the planet, even if you weren't in this chat, I would be glad that you're here. We will find that out. I have a feeling. Solo Angel Mom, I feel that when the evaluations are put into evidence, when the psychiatrist who evaluated her, but one for the defense, one for the prosecution, we are going to hear that evidence. Scott H says, and these are, here goes Scott asking the important questions. Has Patricia Brown met with her, gotten to see all of the material they have on her? She has incentive to call her a narcissist for views and revenue. You're not wrong. This is what makes me suspect. Absolutely. I feel like I don't think that simply by watching her, you can make that determination, or even just hearing the testimony. Because remember, it's not like when the state called the providers to the stand, they read verbatim every single note and everything written and documented in the medical records. They were asked about specific things on specific dates, and they read those things. But there's a whole lot of information in those medical records, I promise you, that wasn't read. And so without having all of that. Without having all of that information, I don't know that saying somebody is a narcissist is, I don't know how much weight I would give. You know what I mean?
Going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion of the
left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
It's N and O for identification.
All right. Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then the, excuse me, that certificate of Cora, Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
And the death certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington? No, thank you. All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case, don't read about this case, Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning, all right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the notebook. Mr. Morris,
All right.
please.
See if there's anything they end up discussing with the judge, because I don't know.
Jurors, thanks for the court. This court's in session.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
All right. So that's it for today. I don't know how you guys are feeling. I don't even really know how I'm feeling. Honestly. I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like this afternoon's testimony was particularly helpful. I don't think that it established anything that is going to be helpful in any capacity to the jury. You know, I just don't think it did anything. Even if he had done that, Shamina, saying that you know, he would never have done that in front of the jury. He would have done like, remember when Donna Adelson was found guilty and she had that outburst, "Oh my God!" And the judge had all the jurors exit the courtroom, and then he told her, "You better, you know, get it together. You better get right, or you finna get left." He would never have admonished, you know, and I don't think, you know, he would never have done that in front of the jury. But and I'm not even saying that's what you wanted him to do. But I mean, he certainly would have been within his rights to address her and Mr. Reddington and advise Mr. Reddington that if his client cannot control her emotions, she can be removed from the courtroom, which, you know, I don't think that her crying is going to have an impact on the jury like people are very worried about thinking. The juries, I mean, they're going to do what they're going to do. I just don't think that her crying shows anything. Even if she has, like, from a legal standpoint, which is what the jury is going to be asked to evaluate, right? So from a legal standpoint, let's say the jury is leaning towards premeditated murder, right? Which is what first-degree murder is. Okay, let's say they reject psychosis outright. Her crying and they view it as a show, as remorse. By law, that doesn't mean she didn't commit first degree, right? Remorse does not negate the charge. So I don't think it's going to be, you know, I don't think it's going to impact the jury one way or the other and in their findings. Do I think that they probably feel bad, but yeah, they probably feel bad for themselves too, because of what she did, they're just having to sit there and look at it. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Well, we need to, yeah, I understand, Miss Lisa. What do you mean by saying, I honestly don't think they put together the most relatable premeditation plan? That testimony that that just happened is premeditation. If the testimony from the medical examiner is that she put premeditation, that only means that there's no finite amount of time. The fact that if a person uses an object as like exercise bands and puts it around the neck of a human being and squeezes, they know that the constricting of their airway will result in their not being able to breathe. They know that they're not being able to breathe, the likely result would be death. That it's the act of using the tie around the neck, the exercise band around the neck. That's premeditation. That's it. It doesn't, there you're talking about motive. That's different. I agree that the way that at this point, the state's theory of motive, and now I don't even know what it is, because they've said that in opening statements, they had a theory of motive that basically was, yeah, she intended to unalive her, to commit suicide, but she didn't want anybody else raising her children, so she murdered them. It was intended to be an act of murder suicide. But then during that motions hearing last week, at the end of it, the prosecutor said there is a reason she was successful in taking their lives and unsuccessful in taking their own, in taking her own. So that means that maybe their theory, what then does that change their theory of motive? I mean, yeah, if you have exercise bands, I mean, yeah, that's normal. If you're a person who works out, there's, I have a whole treadmill just hanging around. I have exercise balls. I have all weights. I have all kinds of shit. If you work out, though, you use stuff that you have exercise equipment. So yeah, I would, I just, I suppose it would, I mean, to what Maria says in the chat, the bands have different strengths. I think we need to talk about the difference between premeditation and planning. Premeditation, the state's already like the element of premeditation is simply using something. In this case, it was the exercise bands around the children's neck. The minute she picked that up, tied it around their neck, and constricted their breathing, knowing that the inability to breathe results in death. That's all. They've proven the necessary element of premeditation. What we're talking about is, was she in a moment of, was she having a moment of psychosis, or did she know and appreciate the wrongfulness, acted anyway. That's the difference. She could have, but I think that I don't know why she chose what she did. I don't know. Tam, at this point, Tam asks, didn't she Google how to murder them? There has, at this moment in the trial, believe me, like my memory for certain things is not good, but my memory for details like that is very good. And if there had been testimony that and from that there was a Google search that contained that, I would remember that. Now, what the evidence that's been presented thus far shows is that it was never they're talking. I know there was evidence about self-harm. The actual report, what that shows is the extraction, is that there was a specific country music artist Googled. Then the link to that artist's Wikipedia page was clicked. Inside of that Wikipedia page was a hyperlink that talked about how he self-harmed. Okay. So no, but that's not a Google. There's a difference between typing in like I did. If they were to do a forensic download of my computer, they're going to see the words that I actually typed. That's an actual Google search. Now, if I had searched Lindsay Clancy and her Wikipedia page came up and there's a hyperlink inside of there, it'll show that I searched the name Lindsay Clancy. I clicked the link that from the search results that took me to the Wikipedia page. And inside of that Wikipedia page, I clicked a link. That's what Patrick Clancy said he did. Now, as far as the other question, I missed the whole thing, Hannah. I missed the whole eclipse. I don't think she did not Google how long it takes to go to CVS. What she did was hold up maps. And she mapped out CVS and the 3V from her home. So we don't know. I mean, look, when sometimes it's quite possible that she knew that Patrick, there was text exchange between Patrick and Lindsay while he was still downstairs in the basement at work, and about dinner. And she suggested 3V. She had been that morning to the pediatricians with Cora. It was a scheduled already. It was her, 5-year, 5-year-old wellness check. And then there was another issue going on with her tummy that was addressed, which resulted in the need for Miralax or Pedialax, I think is what it was. But it's just Miralax, but for kids. Anyway, it's possible that she knew she was going to ask Patrick to stop at the CVS. And she looked to see if CVS was on the way to 3V before she even asked him to go to 3V. This is a good question. Pen Pal John says, if she is not guilty because she was insane, wouldn't that mean that anyone that kills kids should have the same courtesy? Well, no. No. That's okay. So we're talking about all right. There is the legal definition of insane, which means something very, very specific. And then there is like that. I can't even believe I'm going to say it, you guys, but the documentary that Dr. Dorothy Lewis participated in, Crazy Not Insane. So there are people who have mental illness, right? But they don't fall under the definition of legally insane. Legally insane means something very specific. So not everybody who murders, while everybody who murders might be mentally ill, they are not all legally insane. Does that make sense? I mean, but that's a perfect explanation, right? Crazy, not insane. I think to take murder in and of itself is an irrational act, right? What line of thinking leads people to believe that rather than if you're angry with your spouse or you're tired of being married to your spouse, murder is a better choice than divorce, right? I mean, obviously there's something wrong with that line of thinking. But having wrong ass thinking also doesn't translate into mental illness. I think that just the definition of murder alone is irrational, because that's different than self-defense. Obviously, when you're taking somebody else's life, that is not a threat to you. You're not defending yourself. It's not you or them, right? That's completely irrational. But that doesn't mean that there's obviously something wrong with people, but you know what I mean? It doesn't make you, anyway. Oh, Dr. Lewis. I don't know that she can ask for that. Solo Angel Mom says Lindsay should ask for noise canceling headphones during this horrific part or watch from another room. Now, what she can do is, I don't think she can ask for noise canceling headphones. But what she can do is ask her attorney to get the Commonwealth and the judge all on the same page, and that she does not have to be in attendance for this portion of the trial. That is, there might be something in that vicinity, but I don't know that. I don't know. What happened to Scott H? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry. There can't be. I know everybody's very worried about Dr. Dorothy Lewis in the should Letitia, she's won the right to a retrial, right? That doesn't mean it will result in a new trial. But if it does result in a new trial, Dr. Dorothy Lewis, I don't think will be available to testify. Hold on. Ooh, this is a good question. We were discussing this earlier. Pen Pal John just be coming in here with all the good questions. Many saying the ADA was wrong for being so graphic, but others argue that the children need a voice. Thoughts? I have many thoughts. I am torn. And it's not so much, my thoughts on it are this. So always the victims, in this case, the children are the victims in this case. They do deserve a voice. They do deserve to have their story told. And that's how I feel in all cases. The victims deserve their voice, their story to be heard. However, with this case, because there's not an argument, that Lindsay's not contesting that she murdered the children. Do we subject the jurors to this type of evidence if we don't have to? And I have to imagine that there is a reason that the Commonwealth chose to subject them to this. I have to believe that there is a method to this. There is a reason. For example, I'll give you a perfect example. We just watched the Athena Strand murder trial. Now, in that case, the monster pleaded guilty. I mean, I'm talking literally minutes, moments before the judge was about to bring that jury in. Okay. Now, in that case, the district attorney in that case could have decided to only present all of the aggravating factors, because at that point it moved straight to the sentence penalty phase. Instead, he opted to put on everything. And the reason he opted to put on everything is because there were elements of the crime that up until that point, first of all, were not known to the public. Okay. And also that Tanner Horner, which I hate saying his name, but he denied them as well. And it was very, very, very important to the district attorney that he be exposed and shown for the exact kind of monster he is. Because
outstanding.
Up until saying, I hit her with the truck because, it was an accident that I hit her with the truck. I only killed her because she was going to tell. And that's not what happened at all. So it was important because the DA believed, and I agree with this, that Tanner Horner only pled guilty so that some of the more the depravity and his actual level of monster and evil wasn't exposed. And it's really to everybody, including his own family, right? I have to wonder if the judge, or if the ADA in this case, if they have a reason why they're doing that. I wonder. I absolutely wonder that, because why risk exposing the jury to details that are not being disputed, right? There has to be a reason. There has to be a reason. So I'm wondering, and there's also a reason why they charged her with first-degree murder anyway. Like, obviously they've proven the element of premeditation because we already discussed what's required for that, right? But if she's doing an affirmative defense, which is what not criminally responsible is, then I don't know. I don't want to think they're doing it just to be cruel to everybody involved, including people who are, it's not like they volunteered to be there, right? You know, they were summoned and ultimately chosen, right? They don't want to be there. They don't want to listen to a case like this. And they ended up having to. So there has to be some reason for that. So Slatey Talk says it's absurd the amount of people who says this woman is in psychosis. The doctor said she was not. 5 doctors. Well, I will say that in my opinion, at this moment in time, I have not moved, not even a leg to one side or the other. Because I think what the Commonwealth has established at this point, to your point, I have to agree that I'm having difficulty. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but because obviously, right, anything is possible, but not everything is probable. So I think the number of people that evaluated, treated, or interacted with Lindsay Clancy as far as in the mental health capacity that did, I have to wonder how the odds, right, of every single one of these people missing it. Every single one of these people misdiagnosing her just sort of baffles my mind. And then you have Rebecca Gelada. Rebecca Gelada is the only provider thus far that treated Lindsay Clancy prior to January 24th that even broached the subject of bipolar. And again, I must say that you can be mentally ill and also, but not guilty by reason of insanity or not criminally responsible defense. I can find that you're mentally ill, but I can also find that you were sane at the time of the murders. So can the jury. Hold on a second. Let me look something up because I don't think. I want to look something up. Just give me a second. There's no interrogation. I didn't think so. I just wanted to double check. Lindsay Clancy, so all the people that might be waiting to see her interrogations won't see them. There are no interrogations. If I'm not mistaken, she lawyered up rather quickly. A lawyer was provided to her pretty quickly. So, we know, actually, according to, hold on a second, who else did this? There's an article on Spotify that there's never been a statement provided to one way or the other. No, it says no statement provided in the 3.5 years between the incident. I don't know why they keep calling it that. And her ongoing murder trial. Like why between the incident and then it's not because they're afraid of using the word murder. It's literally 1, 2, 3, the four words later, they use the word murder. Anyway, in the 3.5 years between the incident and her ongoing murder trial, Clancy has not given an interview, a confession, or a denial directly to law enforcement. She is neither confirmed nor denied. So Peter, Pen Pal, what is wrong with me? I'm tired. I've been live for 6 hours and Pen Pal John says, my boss is bipolar. He has breaks and it's very scary. No sleep for days. There is more to the story. This didn't just happen in a sudden moment of break, I don't think. Slay T-Talk says she asked for a lawyer as soon as she woke up. That tells you everything. I'll say this. I don't subscribe to that thinking, and here's why. I'm not telling you how to think, but I've been following true crime in some capacity since I was young. I'll be 50 in January, okay? My mom used to watch 2020, and that's how it started, okay? And then Dateline, and then 48 Hours, and then all the things, right? And then when there became a whole cable channel, ID, oh my God, my mom just loved to watch ID just leave it on in the background. Anyway, I'd be like, come on, Mom, can we just switch it? And she'd be like, no, I'm watching, even though she'd be asleep. Anyway, that's beside the point. It's neither here nor there. In all of that experience, I have learned one thing from everything from just all of those years. You have the right to remain silent. You should exercise that right. And if you're ever dealing with law enforcement, you should have an attorney. It's your right. And that I will not, if it were me and I woke up, I don't give a rat's fat kneecap whether I was hard shackled or soft shackled. It does not matter to me what the type of shackle it was. If my ass woke up from something and I was shackled to a bed in any capacity, I would be asking for a lawyer. I would. I can't like ascribe a guilt or, feel like that's indicative of anything. You know what I mean? For me, I can't. So Joyce says, the doctors were inexperienced, in my opinion. Dr. Tufts only had a month before seeing Lindsay. Well, I will agree that I will agree that she was less experienced than probably other psychiatrists that Lindsay could have saw, but she was not completely inexperienced. So like doing residency, I don't know. I guess maybe because of my own like experience with that, all of my children that I have were, I had them at the same hospital, and it is a teaching hospital. And so the doctor that I saw, my OB was a resident. At the time, she was a 4th year resident, and she saw me by herself. Then when I had preeclampsia with that pregnancy, she was there in the operating room for my C-section, but the staff doctor that was called in to handle the preeclampsia, there was a staff doctor. So it is similar in that way in what Dr. Tufts did. So it's not that she didn't have experience. I think that she did. I just think that Lindsay Clancy, as a patient, I think would be difficult to treat. If you have a patient who is saying they're concerned about becoming an addict, becoming addicted. As a nurse, Lindsay Clancy does know the difference between dependence and addicted. And there is a difference. Benzodiazepines are, by the nature of the compound, your body becomes dependent on them. Addicted is indicative of abuse, and abuse simply means that you're taking more than you're supposed to be taking. You're not taking it as directed. Now, so she would know the difference. And that would suggest postpartum anxiety. I think there were a lot of factors at play when it came to Lindsay's medications. For example, I think that based on the testimony, respective to the medications, that I think that Lindsay was showing signs of postpartum anxiety. I think she had an irrational fear that she was addicted to benzodiazepines. And allow me to explain. Is it a rational and reasonable concern to worry about that with respect to benzos? Absolutely. We've already covered the fact that your body becomes dependent, and it's a slippery slope between dependence and addiction. It can be, right? I think what was going on with Lindsay is I think she was voicing these concerns to her family, i.e. Patrick, i.e. her mom, her dad, probably her in-laws. And I think that her family, her support system, were trying to validate her feelings. And I think what happened is they inadvertently reinforced that irrational anxiety. And so when that happens, and then on top, Lindsay was going to be a complex case. And I don't think that, trying to think of the best, I don't even know if Freud would have been equipped to deal with her. If I'm, she was a challenging case. And I think she presented a unique set of circumstances that these providers likely had not come across before. And there's the argument that the reason those doctors had not come across this before, on one side, is the argument that she was seeking and that she was manipulative. And a lot of this was really to get Patrick's or somebody's attention. It was more attention seeking. I'm not talking about the attempt. I'm talking about with the leading up with the mental health professionals. Then the other people like myself can see that even if I agree that the treatment she received was subpar, which I'm not saying I do. I'm not actually even sure of that, to be honest with you, because there are some, Rebecca Gelada really made me feel differently about the level of care that she provided. Dr. Tufts, I'm on the fence with her. I'm leaning more towards, I think she should have insisted on seeing Lindsay in person. I do. I do think that I am just not at the point where I feel strongly one way or the other, where I feel strongly that she was not in a state of psychosis or that she was in a state of psychosis. And I don't think that I'm not sure that any of the providers that are coming up to testify are going to be able to answer that question for me. I think it's going to, for me personally, I think what it's going to come down to is the forensic psychiatrist who evaluated her. I'm going to have to listen to the forensic psychiatrist who evaluated her for the defense, and I'm going to have to listen to the forensic psychiatrist who evaluated her for the defense. And I think that that's what it's going to come down to for me. This is what is also kind of, I have a little question about too. So, when she was referred to the Women and Infants program, I need to know more about specifically and the context around, because to me, it feels like if on it, because the what's been put out so far, what's been, testified to so far, is that she was removed from the program because she was being over medicated. To me, that seems very dangerous, right? If you have a client come in and they are experiencing signs of mental illness, be that anxiety, be that postpartum depression, and postpartum anxiety, be that bipolar, whatever it is, right? I would think that turning them away from your program, if you believe that they're being over medicated, seems irresponsible to me. Wouldn't the better answer to have been to see what was going on, request the records from Gelada, request the records from Tufts, and have Lindsay sign something like they do at Pain Management, where if you're in this program, we're your provider. You may only get psychiatric medication from us. You may not, get prescriptions from any other provider, if that's what they were worried about. If that's, if I need to know the context around exactly what was in that record, not just the end result, but all the notes from that, all of the things. And I will concede that when I was listening to the therapist today, Letitia Dukes, while I understand why Letitia would want to do her own assessment and evaluation, which means basically asking all of the getting to know you background information questions. And I do think that that's important. I think it's important not to take somebody else's word for their perception and what they see, but to do your own. I do think that's important. What I do think is that on the flip side of that, I can see from a patient's perspective, from Lindsay's perspective, that it could be irritating, and it could be like, well, don't you people communicate to each other? Don't you speak? Don't you talk to one another? Why do I have to answer all of these questions all over again? This I'm interested in too. Pen pal John says testimony said they did reach out to Dr. Delata, but she did not respond. She said she never got a call. This I'm highly interested in. I'm highly interested in that. I want to know. I need receipts. I need to see the call logs. That's what I need. I want to see what's the deal. Let me see. I think Valium is not a narcotic. I think it's a controlled substance. Let me just make sure. Hold on, I meant to write something in front of that. Oh my God. Yeah, Valium is a controlled substance. Let's see. I don't think the pharmacy would flag it. Just because it came from two different doctors. That's not it. That doesn't, what really gets flagged is pain medication from two different doctors. But I'll tell you this. So I used to watch My 600-Pound Life. And if you've ever watched the show, I'm sure you're familiar with Stephen Asante. And I remember his episodes. And I remember how he would go, and this was after 2015. So in 2015 is when the DEA stepped in and changed the way that specifically pain medications can be prescribed, and how there, and then there became a tracking system for it. And the amount of pain medication that he was given from an emergency room situation was astronomical, and I could never figure it out. Like, I never could figure out how he was able to get dispensed that number of pills. So, let's see. Let's see. I've seen a lot of women angry that Lindsay Clancy is representing this as postpartum, because they say this violence is not a symptom. It's not a symptom, and it gives postpartum the wrong name. They don't want her the poster child of postpartum. Well, okay, to be fair, the term postpartum just means, after birth. But are you talking about they don't want her to be the poster child for postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, or both? Because I'm not even sure that she had, she clearly was postpartum. She had a baby. So, let's see. Tess says, that's fair. I think it's different for everyone. That's the hard part of diagnosing everything. It's really hard. Like, there's no test. This is what I think. Neat, get out my head. I think calling it postpartum psychosis is a mistake too. I think psychosis related to a bipolar episode makes more sense. I agree. I think that here's the thing about Lindsay Clancy has frequently been compared to Andrea Yates. And while there are certain aspects of Lindsay Clancy's case and Andrea Yates' case that are the same, the case really is vastly different. The thing that Andrea Yates and Lindsay Clancy have in common is that they both murdered their children. Okay? Where there is a distinction between Andrea Yates and Lindsay Clancy is Andrea Yates, prior to the episode of postpartum psychosis that resulted in her drowning is what she did, all 5 of her children. She had an established, and I'm talking about years back, established pattern documented history of mental illness. And she had an episode of postpartum psychosis with her fourth child, resulting in an involuntary hospital stay. And at that involuntary hospital stay, her doctors, her psychiatrist told her husband she cannot have any more children. It is dangerous for her and it is dangerous for those children. Lindsay doesn't have that yet. And that's the difference. Completely different cases. This is true. This is a very good point. Katie says, doesn't help that mental health is mostly subjective and not objective. For example, if you have heart disease, it can be diagnosed with a test. Mental health is pretty much based off of what the patient reports and the observations. Yes, because look, patients can report all kinds of things, but the symptoms they're reporting can be incongruent with the symptoms that they're exhibiting, right? It's hard. And it's not immediate. You cannot go in for a mental health visit and expect to be evaluated, diagnosed, and given the right medication at the right dose all in the same visit. It doesn't work like that. Let's see. Joyce says, they said in court, Lindsay and Patrick talked on the phone the first night in hospital. Doctor gave phone. Lindsay called him. Would love to know that conversation. It couldn't have been the first night. And here's why. Because the first night Lindsay was in the hospital, she was intubated. I remember this is part of that testimony that happened with the Massachusetts State Police officer on the stand, who was really on the stand only to testify about the clothing he took into custody, or he collected and turned over. But if I'm not mistaken, actually the prosecutor opened the door to the subsequent questions that the defense made that then resulted in a whole voir dire and all the things, right? Yes, I would like to know the substance of that conversation, I would like to know, I'd like to know more details surrounding that. Well, we know, Katie says, I also wonder if she was compliant with her meds for sure. Was this reported by anyone? Well, we know that there is testimony that she was not compliant, and the evidence of that non-compliance actually came from Lindsay herself. There were dosages that were recommended for her to take of the Seroquel, and she was supposed to be increasing her dose, and she wasn't. She was still at the every 2 weeks or whatever, and it had been at the next 2-week interval, and she had not increased her dosage. She was still at the 200 milligram level. So she she reported her own non-compliance. So there you go. That's exactly what was said. All right. So here's what had happened. ATS said, someone said it was the doctor making her tell Patrick she heard voices, but I don't know because I missed that. You know what? I need to stand up for a minute and move because I've been sitting here for so long. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do just for you, Amber, because I love you. Go play it for you. Okie dokie, artichoke. We're going to go right back to that, okay? While we're waiting for me to pull this up, how many of you guys are aware that Monster, the new season, begins September 17th? It will be about Lizzie Borden, How many of you guys are planning to watch that on the old Netflixes? I sure am. Spoiler alert. Charlie Hunnam is back. He'll be in this season. All right, so let's get to it. Let me skip. All right, so here we go. All right, I want to give you guys the full context. Plus, I want to refresh my recollection about what the last question was that the state asked this witness. So we're getting to the end of the testimony on direct, where she's asking the Massachusetts State Police Sergeant about the medications that he collected from the Clancy home. All right, so that's where we're at. I'll be right back because there will need to be some skips. I just need a human moment. Okay, please excuse me.
That morning, correct?
Correct.
And so, as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point, after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
So, Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you could take a look at them. Do they look familiar to you?
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle?
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type?
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No.
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
It could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well?
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police?
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay.
Okay, that's my bad. I think I rewound back just a little too much. I'm just going to speed her up so we can get through this part, because this is not really the part, but we're coming to the part that I wanted to replay for you guys. So sorry about that.
Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you any additional work you did on this particular investigation? Again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her?
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like an open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
This is the part. This is what I wanted to get to. Okay, here we go.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
Okay. When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, or somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door?
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No.
Thank you.
All right. So now that's the question. The last question about the psychiatrist who was allowed to be in the room. So when the trial was actually happening live today, I went back and I did a little bit of research. Based on the testimony and the contextual clues, okay, what happened, the court order happened very late January, early February, okay, according to Google, because as you see, he cannot remember the date. And when Google AI does the Googling they're going through everything, right? And because the testimony isn't specific about exactly what date, we don't know the exact date that this occurred. And I don't have this order that the judge granted for the psychiatrist to be able to go in and talk to Lindsay Clancy. Okay. So but we know that sometime between the 25th and the 28th, Lindsay's breathing tube was removed. Okay. That's according to Google as well, because no specific no specific date has been testified to exactly when her breathing tube was removed. Okay. So based on the context clues, this had to happen after the court order. So, and I don't know what Google's terminology of early February is. I would imagine it would have to be within the first 2 weeks, because then there would be the mid-February and then late February, which would be like the last 2 weeks of February, right? So that's usually the standard of time. All right. So we're going to go to Mr. Reddington asks about this. There's an objection. They go to a sidebar for a very, very long time. And then the judge excuses the jury. Where's that at? And then there is a voir dire. This is the voir dire. And this is where it talks about this conversation, this doctor, who said what. But even after hearing this will be now my third time, I still have questions. I'm doing this for you, Amber. You better be in here. Just kidding. If you're not in here, I'll note the timestamp and send it to you. Yes, Hannah, you will be excused for vacation.
All right. So Council, what we're going to do is we'll have, just so the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, Counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of, obviously, with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall, if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't? Okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then that he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McElligan.
And what did McElligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McElligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts that communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McElligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Zeisel, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say, that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
okay, about when
The
you say
voices.
the voices.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having that.
Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McElligan?
McKelligan.
McElligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband, indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay. So, this is where it gets dicey. Okay? Because you have to think about the circumstances under which this conversation would have taken place. There were only 3 people who would have known A, that conversation took place, and B, what the substance of that conversation was. The 3 people who would know what the substance of that conversation was are Patrick, Lindsay, and Dr. What I can't even not Zellner. What is his last? Zeisel. Dr. Zeisel. They're the only 3 people who were privy to that conversation. Okay. Now, Patrick, bare minimum, reported to investigators that Lindsay Clancy called him from the hospital, told him she was hearing voices, and she called him from Dr. Zeisel's phone. Okay. Now, one has to wonder what would make Patrick Clancy reveal that to investigators. All right. This had to be sometime after the 28th, early part of February, right? There are 31 days in January, early part of February, when this court order was obtained, and then the doctor was able to get in and talk to Lindsay. At that point, it would be, if you need a court order to have a psychiatrist come in and evaluate Lindsay through an attorney, it's clear that there's a freaking criminal investigation going on. So one has to wonder which part of the milk ain't clean? Who contaminated the milk? Right? Is this, as the defense is implying, a twisting of facts made by the prosecution? Because Patrick reported this to investigators, for what reason, we don't know. Okay? Why he would tell them that, I don't know. But he did. I don't know the circumstances. I don't know. But at any rate, he did. And the defense is saying that because of this, and this is the first time, I guess, that it has been reported that Lindsay was hearing voices, that they then came up with this, the prosecution then came up with this theory that Dr. Zeisel told her, A, to call Patrick Clancy, B, to tell Patrick Clancy she was hearing voices at the time that she committed the murders, and that the reason he did this is because this was all part of laying the groundwork for her defense. So this was not heard in front of the jury. No, this part was not. This part is voir dire outside of the presence of the jury. However, this, I'll go back for you. And it never really gets cleared up. I don't know. I mean, I know what impression I was left with after they return, the jury returns, and if I don't know what impression was left with the jury after cross-examination by Reddington resumed, and then redirect by the Commonwealth. It's all very murky, and it's interesting. And then the person who would be able to the other half of this conversation, the state trooper, like, wouldn't you reasonably expect that the next witness after this would be McClellan? It's not. They put on Letitia Dukes. Why? It didn't clear up anything from the jury, for the jury. If it didn't clear it up for me, and I had the ability to go back, I had the ability to Google out a timeline, I can't imagine how confusing it will be for the jury, frankly. Shamina wants to know, why was she calling from the doctor's phone? It actually hasn't been established that that's true. Only that that's what Patrick said. We don't know if that's actually what happened. If the phone call came from, we don't know for sure. Hannah said, if she was detained, shouldn't that mental health meeting been recorded? No. It's not a rule in the United States. There are many times that mental health evaluations are given and they are not recorded, and it's not required to be recorded. So yeah, they absolutely, there can be a hung jury. Although I was watching Peter from the lawyer, my friend Peter, even though he has a whole government name, and I could just refer to him by his YouTube name, the lawyer, I like to call him Peter. Peter from the lawyer, was talking about a hung jury last night, and he said that a hung jury is very rare, but in this case, because, look at how the chat is, right? I did a poll yesterday about did she's not a doctor, did Rebecca Gelada provide adequate care to Lindsay? And do you know what that poll it was? 50-50, straight down the middle. So I think that I agree with Peter that, yeah, they're very rare. A hung jury is very, very rare. But in this case, because of the nuances and all of I think it is quite possible that there will be a couple of jurors or more that are firmly on one side or the other and cannot be moved. So that is going to be a problem. All right, so let's end the poll and see what our results are. All right, at this time, do you believe that Lindsay Clancy is not guilty by reason of insanity, not sure yet, or guilty? There's been 131 votes. 51% say not guilty by reason of insanity. 31% say not sure yet. And 18% say guilty. So I definitely think that for me personally, I'm going to keep, I'm still objective. My mind is still completely open to all possibilities, but let me say this. No, I don't want to say all possibilities because that's ridiculous. My mind is open to being to getting to the, how do I put this? I'm tired. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm buffering so bad. I haven't made up my mind yet. I am still open, and I'm in and I'm taking in all of the evidence. It's my opinion is going to be based solely on the evidence presented at the trial. Okay. That's how I feel, Peter. Oh, let's hear from Peter, shall we? Not the lawyer, but our Peter. My friend, Peter Griffin.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
He's my favorite. All right, you guys. Well, I think we have pretty much discussed everything that happened today. And I am going to let you guys go for tonight, but I will be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. I like to start late because then we can skip past long sidebars, the morning break, lunch, and afternoon breaks, and get right to doing listen to what we came to listen to, which is the testimony. All right. So those of you guys who are new and came to chat today, I hope you'll come back tomorrow. And those of you guys who are here today and every day, thank you so much for being here, all of you guys. And I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. I appreciate each and every one of you. If you have not done so, would you please give your girl a thumbs up on the stream? I would appreciate, or thumbs down. I buffered a lot towards the last hour and a half. So if you have to thumbs down, I don't blame you. If you are watching on the replay, you want a deep dive into who? Patrick? Amelia? Is that what you would like? I'll finish my bye-bye and then I'll wait while I wait for your answer. Okay, so if you've made it this far on the replay, thank you so much. Please give your girl a thumbs up, thumbs down, whichever you think I deserve, and come back and hype the video. I would appreciate it very, very much. You guys actually saying that is, I looked at my analytics yesterday and I'm kind of stoked because I've gotten a lot of hypes, and I want to thank you guys for doing that. I think it helps. YouTube pushes your channel out more. I think recommends it more the more hypes you get. So you guys are helping me, and I appreciate. Yes, the husband. That's what you want. I can do that. We can go back through the testimony. Absolutely. I did see your comments in the chat, Amelia, about the reasons that you are side-eyeing him. And so I will absolutely take those, because you're not the only one saying those reasons. So we can do a deep dive. Absolutely, we can. We can do that. Absolutely. All right, you guys. Have a fantastic rest of your night. We only got 2 more days, and then the weekend is upon us. Tomorrow's a big day. My granddaughter, the Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire, because yes, that baby's going to be a lawyer, starts school tomorrow. I'm so excited for her. It's her first day of school ever. Ooh, I'm so excited. I bet she's going to be adorable. All right, you guys have a great rest of your night. I will see you all back here tomorrow. Don't forget, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. Until then, au revoir. Bye.